Asahan mong sa habang panahon, alaala kita saan ka man naroroon. sadyang nagtiis, nagdusa sa hinagpis, di magbabago kailanman at magtitiis, luha at galak dahil sa isang bulaklak.
Whoa. Started streaming. Is the music playing? Okay. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't set it. I set it to Spotify. So for monetization, there's several ways to do it. Because hold on, let me double check. Earn. So the one I showed you was for the super chats thing, where people can choose to donate. So that's the 500 one, and then the 1,000 one is the monetization. So 500 subscribers is for super chats, so that's when people can choose to donate or send stickers and stuff. And then normal monetization, so like, yeah. The other ways to do it is to upload 4,000, get 4,000 public hour views. So like, if somehow like one of my videos gets like 4,000 hours worth of like views, that's also eligible. The other one is 10 million views on a short. Which is not... maybe it's likely, who knows. Because shorts are more... they're easier to watch, I guess, or view. But I mean, this is just me. I haven't, like, put all that effort into each section. I've just been doing live streams, so... who knows? Only YouTube knows. Because the other thing I was thinking of was covering like cinema history, the stuff that I learned. I mean, that we learned in history classes. Because that would be interesting. Like, there's a ton of art channels like that where they cover a very specific decade or time period. And then it's just like 20, 30 minutes to an hour worth of research. Just talking about the time. It's like a mini documentary. I mean, the other thing is like an actual podcast. If 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 Billy Altoff or Bobby Altoff, Bobby. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, well, she's also female. Yeah, and she's an actual mother. Whether that's true or not. Yeah. Like an air of mystery. It's just an act. It's her character. That's the thing, it's like her interviews, it's very like a mild version of Eric Andre. Like, people don't know what to expect for now. Yeah, it's like a very subdued version of Eric Andre. It's like trolling, but not. Some. Yeah. Hmm. Can't tell if it's. I mean, it's like being born, right? Like, no one asked to be. No one has to be born, but everyone's just born. It's just like, we're here. It's like, yep, I'm conscious, I exist. Now I just gotta figure out what it means to be alive. It's like, but yes, welcome to this episode where I continue working on this character sheet, where I think I'm finally gonna be able to finish this first character design. Some Filipino music that's probably gonna get copywritten. Hopefully not. But we'll see. just making sure whoever is gonna watch this in the future stays engaged. Gives them something more than just like, oh yeah, you know, I'm here watching this stream. I mean, I could just open it to my PC audio, and then you'll be. Oh, I mean, just like point the camera down so you'll see. Yeah, just like angle the camera enough to where you can see the tablet. Yeah, like if I think if I move it, like if I move it somewhere here. Yeah, I'm breaking the fourth wall. Look at that. But it's blurred because, yeah. This ain't a vlog. Maybe for the future. It's just another stream where I'm talking to myself. That's what's happening right now. It's like, I wonder who he's talking to. I wonder if these live streams are gonna age well. And it'd be pretty funny if it does, and then people actually rewatch, and then they start clipping and creating. Yeah, I hope I don't either. Wait a minute. I came for the art. I didn't come for the politics. I didn't stay here for this person. I stayed for their art. Whoa! I came for the Rosie rig. I'm just wondering when that Rosie rig is gonna get finished and on sale somewhere. It's literally like every comment I've been getting. They've all just been like, "Oh, I just saw your rig and like found your account through your character rig." It's like, what? When? Yeah. Victor Math. I gotta go milk. Oh wait, do you milk? Do you meal prep for a week though? If I open a Patreon, OnlyFans? It could be a personal commission. Yeah, the industry's falling apart because of all these stupid engineers using AI in the wrong places. I'm sure out of bitterness too. They're just like, oh, I can't draw, I'm just gonna use robots and spite everyone else. Yeah. Especially, yeah, yep. I mean, people have already been trying to make their resume. But that's what most, like, non-creatives like understand it to be. It's like a replacement. Yeah. But they don't understand how, like, important the human touch is. Just like, you know, like, there's a point of going to school and actually having some creative direction in it. Because the human aspect, that's what it's all for. Like, what? Like, you can't... There's no way to empathize. I mean, most AI stuff right now, it's just memes and jokes. Like, at its base core. But... yeah, there's still human intervention. Oh, but it's still owned by a person though. Yeah. But until the day that, like, it's a literal AI just creating a, like, you know, like, no human intervention, then it's still not you still can't pull it off. Bye, Victor. Take care. Yeah, I know. If I actually do 6 or 7 in the morning, or 8, maybe even 9. We'll see. It's pretty sporadic right now, so... Alright.
Kalungkutan ko sa buhay ay biglang nalimutan ang sikat ng araw ay taglay ng buhay at lahat ng ito hirang ikaw ang dahilan. Mapalad pa rin ako at nagmahalan tayo kung hindi dahil sa iyo sawi ang buhay ko. Kaligayahan ko, ikaw ang dahilan. Kalungkutan ko sa buhay ay biglang nalimutan ang sikat ng araw ay taglay ng buhay at lahat ng ito hirang ikaw ang dahilan. Tanong ng puso ko nang ika'y mawala. Ano bang kasalanan ang aking nagawa? Ako ba'y sa iyo nagkulang ng pag-unawa? Kaya nang lumayo ka, paalam may wala. Ngayon'y di ko alam ang aking gagawin, kung paano at saan kita hahanapin. Ang nais ko sana'y liwanagin sa akin. Bakit ka lumayo, lumayo ng sa tuwin ay magmahalan, puso mo'y maging akin lamang, magpakailan pa man. Kailanman pag-ibig ko'y hindi magbabago, magpakailan pa man. Asahan mo ako'y laging sa'yo, ang dasal gabi't araw, sa tuwin ay magmahalan, puso mo'y maging akin lamang, magpakailan pa man. Kailanman pag-ibig ko'y hindi magbabago, magpakailan pa man. Asahan mo ako'y laging sa'yo, ang dasal gabi't araw, sa tuwin ay magmahalan, puso mo'y maging akin lamang, magpakailan pa man. Puso mo'y maging akin lamang, magpakailan pa man. Laging nasa sa isip ang ating pagmamahalan, na sana'y maging walang hanggan o hirang. Tuwin ay dinarasal ko na sana'y huwag magbago, pagmamahalan natin habang may buhay tayo. Kung tayo'y magkapiling, tayo'y naglalambingan, ang saya natin tuwin ay wala nang hanggan, ang lagi kong dalangin sa buong may kapal, ligaya natin hirang habang may buhay. Iniwan mo ako, nasaktan ang puso ko. May nagmamahal sa'yo, iya'y alam ko. Bakit ka narito? Ano ang naisip mo? Muli kayang sasaktan ang damdamin ko? Ayaw kang makita at nang huwag magdusa ang puso kong lagi na nangangamba. Sana'y limutin mo, iya'y pakiusap ko, at nang malayo sa'yo ang kalooban ko. Ayaw kang makita at nang huwag magdusa ang puso kong lagi na nangangamba. Sana'y limutin mo, iya'y pakiusap ko, at nang malayo sa'yo ang kalooban ko. At nang malayo sa'yo ang kalooban ko. Bituing marikit sa gabi ng buhay, ang bawat kislap mo'y ligaya ang taglay. Yaring aking palad, iyong patnubayan, at kahit na sina ako'y bahaginan. Natanim sa puso ko iyong isang pag-ibig na pinakasasamba sa loob ng dibdib. Sa iyong luningning laging nasa lapitan mo ako, halina bituin ating pag-isahin ang mga damdamin, ang sabi kong di ay huwag mong uhawin sa batis ng iyong wagas na pag-ibig. Ang sabi kong di ay huwag mong uhawin sa batis ng iyong wagas na pag-iliw. Nasaan ka, irog? Nasaan ka, irog at dagling na parang ang iyong pag-ibig? Di baga sumpa mong ako'y mamahalin? Iyong itatangi magpahanggang libing, subalit nasaan ang gayong pagtingin? Nasaan ka, irog, at natitiis mong ako'y mangulila at hanap-hanapin ikaw sa alaala? saan ka irog. Irog ko'y dinggin ang tibok ng puso. Sana'y damdamin hirap ng sumuyo. Manong itunghay ang matang mapungay na siyang tanging ilaw ng buhay kong papanaw. Sa gitna ng karimlan, magmadaling araw ka, at ako ay lawitan ng habag at pagsinta. Kung ako'y mamamatay sa lungkot niya ring buhay, lumapit ka lang at mabubuhay. At kung magkagayon mo tiyang mapalad na ang buhay ko, magdaranas ako ng tuwa ng dahil sa'yo. Madaling araw na sinta, liwanag ko't tanglaw. Halina irog ko at mahalin mo ako. Nguti'y mapalad na ang buhay ko, nang dahilan sa ganda mo. Madaling araw na sinta, liwanag ko't tanglaw. Halina irog ko at mahalin mo ako. Manungaw kaliyab, ilaw ko't pangarap, at madaling araw na. sa kanyang pagsiklod sa maputing bula, kasabay ang awit, kasabay ang tula. Dati siyang paraluman sa kaharian ng pag-ibig, ang pag-ibig ng mamatay, naglaho rin ang kaharian. Ang lakas niya ay nalipat sa puso't dibdib ng lahat. Kung nais ninyong siya'y mabuhay,
Thanks, chicken breasts.
Sa tapat ng laging palangiting araw na lumalaganap sa dagat silangan, may mutiang masuyot, libid kayamanan, nagiliw ang handog sa pusong may damdam. O bayang maligaya ng aking pag-ibig, pusong lakambini, kalong sa lamising, ang iyong pagluhay sandaling pigilin, ang kundimang ito mutya, iyong dinggin, bulaklak na aking laging pinithaya, ang ika'y makitang may sariling laya, sa dagat silangay butihing diwata, mayama't mapuri, bihis sa dalita. Mayama't mapuri, bihis sa dalita. Magandang diwata, ako'y anak ng dalita, natigib ng luha, ang naritong humihibik, nabigyan ng awa. Buksan mo ang langit at pusa mong pakinggan ang aking ligalig sa kapagdaramdam, ay kung hindi sa dilim ng gabi, aking nilalamay, tanging larawan mo ang nagiging ilaw. Kung ikaw ay mahimbing sa gitna ng dilim, ang iyong ihulog puso mo sa akin. Tanging larawan mo ang nagiging ilaw. Ang iyong ihulog puso mo sa akin, ang iyong ihulog, ang iyong ihulog, buhay, pag-asa, ako'y isang ibong sawi na hindi na makalipad, at sa puso'y may sugat, wala pang lumingat. Inabot ng hating gabi, sa madilim na paglipad, saan kaya ngayon ang aking pugad? Sa mata mo'y may isang langit ng pangarap, sa puso mo'y mayroong sakalim at salat sa yamat ang araw, may isang sumpang wagas ang aking paglinga. Pakiusap ko sa'yo, kaawaan mo ako kahit mamatay. Pag-ibig ko'y minsan lamang. Pakiusap ko sa'yo, kaawaan mo ako. Kaawaan mo ako kahit mamatay. Pag-ibig ko'y minsan lamang. Iniibig kita magpakailan pa man. Irog sandaling dinggin ang aking pagtangis. Irog sandaling tunghan ang humihibig. Kung di man nararapat sa iyong dikit, isang sulyap mo lamang, aliw na ng dibdib. Kung sa'ki wala nang inilang paglinga at ang pagdurusa ko ang siya mong pangarap. Sa isang ngiti mo sa aking
Oh, Jero. I forget that I'm still in Discord. I'm streaming right now. Art streaming. Finally getting around to maybe finishing this character sheet. Oh, it's just my audio and music. Yeah, I changed the settings. Yeah, so it's just me and my music. Yeah. Yep. So it's just gonna be me talking to myself. But Victor was here. Yeah, I was like, yo, I don't know if he's still on, but let me check. Yeah. It's because, I mean, someone asked, or whatever, like, there's a mini story where it's like, white cat ears, and someone's trying to, like, get her attention. And then she's like, oh, these cat ears. Yeah, I'm trying to like maintain this one. So it was like from here to there to here, and then it went up here. It's like slightly changing. Yeah, it's the tricky part of this. Trying to like imagine her in different expressions. Yeah, that's another skill I'm trying to improve. Full on no life. Well, yeah, but I need some kind of balance as well, which is what I'm doing. Oh? Yes. Oh, there's a bunch of new places that's opened. Like there's an actual like not otaku. I guess yeah, like anime merchandise store. And you can eat ramen inside. And they have like hard-boiled eggs. Oh, like in ramen. You don't like not like you not even the what do you call it? The sliced ones? Hmm. Interesting. But you can eat like a omelet, like egg in other form. Hmm. This is not for my mouth. Not for my stomach. Yeah, I guess to each their own. Ostrich egg? Yeah. I mean, I guess even like ostrich meat in general is kind of weird. Only during. I mean, only time I eat them is during Thanksgiving, so or Christmas, if someone's cooked it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait, which Nathan? Simeon Tuck? Cinnamon Tuck? Cinnamon Toast? He's in Indonesian. Yep. Indomie. Yeah. They're closer to those weird islands that are like, you know, can't tell if the men are men. Lady boy. Hi. No, I'm not gonna. I'm on stream. Gotta respect. It's good. I mean, if I say something wrong, because I don't know, YouTube algo. I mean, I'm probably gonna get partially demonetized already because of my music. Yeah, because there's some, like, I can play Leve's music because she allows it. Like, she allows the copyright thing. Which is really cool. Yeah, it's really smart. Yeah, because if not, then like she's losing a lot. She would lose a lot of viewers and followers, and people are gonna try to steal it and pirate it anyways. So might as well. Yeah, I really like her business tactic and political philosophy about keeping things free. Yeah, which is like, no, you already know my stance on her. She's my Makima. It's basically what she's already done. She's doing it to the whole world. And ah, yes. Oh yeah. You're not a real man. Bro. Yeah. Oh yeah. She's doing God's work. Doing God's work. Bro, she's a healer. She's a bard. That's what she is. She's literally a bard. Oh yeah. Bro, she is. If she were to play Valorant, she'd be carrying medic. She'd be healing and supporting everyone. Huh? Oh, there is if you haven't heard Valentine, and there's Valentine, Falling Behind, and oh, her Christmas song, and best friend. Those are like her happiest songs, and From the Start, or happiest sounding. But lyric wise, Best Friend is like the most non-sad, depressing. Like there's no loss. And Valentine, like those two songs. Oh, the closest thing is James. If you listen to James, it's just her like hating on this dude that wants to be a millionaire. She's just like, yeah, it's pretty hilarious. And someone's, oh yeah, it's worth it. No, there's no song that'll disappoint you. Even her From the Start. You've liked her music, even though you didn't realize from the start. That's literally what happened with you in California and me. You were with her music, you and her music alone. I mean, it's bossa nova, yeah. It's like it's Animal Crossing vibes. It's like hey, yo, who's playing Animal Crossing? The lyrics start, and it's just like, bro, I'm about to cry. It's like, yo, who's cutting onions? The fact that I'm partly unemployed. That, and I mean, I've also kind of I look in as many places for inspiration. I mean, Leve is one of them. So music is a big factor. And I mean, I've also been posting my own song covers and stuff. So when I'm not in motivated to draw, do other things that I'm interested in. And then I've been kind of trying to revisit Monster Hunter as well in video games. But recently the big ones that have been helping is I listen to like people's interviews in similar fields, like creative fields. Other animators, other non-animators, writers, just people in other creative fields. And I look at how their journey went. Just like do research. Yeah, and then I mean it's even better when you find one that's way similar to yours and they're succeeding at the moment, or at least they're still alive. I mean, that's the funny part. And even if they aren't alive, it's good to know like what not to do. Yeah, while you're still alive. And then if not, I dive into other subjects that pertain to like humanities, like I mean psychology and philosophy. So it's kind of like a back and forth between looking at new artists and old artists that have succeeded and failed, so it's like both ends. Yeah, or couldn't keep up with... I mean, right now, the big annoying thing is AI and politics. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, in the bigger picture, like human history, it's a part of human history, and it documents cultures, trends. Yep. And then individualistically, like leaves on the tree. So like there's a tree, and then the tree represents all of humanity. But then if you look at it closer, like the branches and tiny leaves, or like certain fruits that the tree is providing, you know, there's some parts that have less leaves, larger leaves, and that's the whole like culture, ethnicity, different parts of the world, different branches of art history, or the art tree, if that makes sense. Um, and as a whole, it captures human history, but as pieces, it captures individual, like, you know, personalities and cultures. In my case, someone would question, like, if I were to, you know, I mean, this character that I'm working on, someone could question, like, oh, is that character Asian? I mean, in today's politics and stuff, they yeah, like, yeah, or anime. I mean, obviously it's anime, but if I were to like reveal, like, oh, I'm actually Filipino, then it's like, you know, they could debate about whether I have the right or whatever, if I'm in the political. Yeah. 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 But that's in today's time. But it's definitely, I mean, I've talked to only once, like, I went to therapy once just to try it. But I explained, like, the first day, like, my perspectives and stuff. And I had told them that I chose art as my profession because it's really cool how it's basically like a huge mirror, right? Like, and anyone and everyone looks at it, whether we choose to sometimes or not either. Because there are times where it's just like, it's there constantly. I mean, especially today. Media, it's in our hands, phones, devices. I mean, a phone can technically already be a mirror in itself. Especially when people... Yeah? Yeah? I think Nah, I might be remembering wrong. Yeah. Yep. In the modern world, yes. Yep. Or as close as possible to immortality, to the divine. Yep. I mean, that's what Andy Warhol, that's why he was so famous, because he pointed out how, I mean, his work was exactly what's happening now, like remix and repetition over and over, but in varying degrees, where it's just like subtle changes every remix he creates. Because I'm sure you've seen the Campbell's Noodle Soup paintings before, or like the repeating paintings of Marilyn Monroe, but like in different colors. So Yeah, but he basically pointed out that everyone, because he became so famous in such a short time, people were wondering about the future and how like the future of artists and stuff and fame. And he basically he made the statement that everyone will be famous, but only for 16 seconds, which is exactly what I mean. Everyone has the opportunity to do that. Just like if you post something and then you get like even at least what 50 to 100 views, that's a type of fame already. Like that's huge. Imagine 100 people in the same room you're in. Yeah, that's wild. Like 50, 20 years, no, 50 years ago, that's sci-fi, but now it's the reality. And a bunch of artists now that are at the top of their game were discussing about how like, I mean, the mere fact that people are able to basically sit behind, because right now, like you, if you watch my stream, it's basically as if you're sitting behind me and you're watching me draw, because that's basically what it is. Like, yeah, yeah, yep, it changes the trajectory of that person's future. Like you're essentially, yeah, you're part of their reality. It's innovated. Yeah, yeah, The Walking Dead. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's no set script and you're actually like how reality TV was, but now it's like there's no script and everyone is involved or whoever shows up. Yeah, but now you can do that with like streaming and yep. Or have chat like you type something and then it'll read it out loud. But you have to pay for it. Like you have to donate. Yeah. Cause one can do that. The freedom of choice, free will. But yeah, it's like, I don't know if you've seen the movie The Truman Show. Yep, it's basically like that. Yeah, yep, just like that too. It's a whole combination of, and those are psychological explorations of like psychosis and Carl Jung, all those philosophers and psychologists. Like dream psychology. Because then it jumps into the questions of reality, like what is considered reality, right? Like, or, and if it's not reality, are we all dreaming? Like, are we all hooked up in a simulation? The Andrew Tate philosophy? Who knows? Are we all in the Matrix? They can't hear you. It's funny because I was watching a video. I don't know if you were aware. I wasn't aware about it, but there's a thing called trad women or yeah, trad women, traditional women. And apparently, like, that's not, you aren't considered a woman if you desire to be like an old-fashioned housewife. And if you start doing that, you're enabling like whatever, like toxic masculinity. But the funny part is the women that are choosing to be the traditional housewives, that's their free will, but at the same time they're also women, like real women. But social media and people, like people in general, are just like, oh, you're not a real woman. You are hypnotized and controlled by the patriarchy. It's like you're feeding into these lies. The Andrew Tate lies. But it's a good thing though. Have you seen his therapy video? Now that he's been what, released, I think? Yes. But now he's in therapy, which is hilarious. and they're recording the whole thing, like every episode. And they're just talking about everything, like openly, like religion, politics, conspiracy, everything, which is wild. But it's so hilarious because he's like, I've been psychoanalyzing myself. I'm not gonna let you psychoanalyze me just because you're a professional. I'm gonna see if you can actually, like, let me tell you about myself. It's pretty hilarious. It's a really good watch. It's like endgame stuff. I think it's up to each person. like to decide what they want to do. For me, well, that's why I was just gonna say, like, for me, and my perspective, um, it does help, because I mean that's what conversation therapy is, and in general, that's kind of what's lost, and what's being broken down, through common friendships, like normal, what's the term? Mutual friendships. Because if you find friendships where we can have discussions like this openly, it's very rare. And it really does help a lot. And even Peterson right now, so you have Andrew Tate, and then you have Peterson. He's from the psychological angle, and both methods work, right? Like you have brute force, Andrew Tate is Muslim, so that's another thing. So you've got brute force, like traditional masculinity, and then you have modern masculinity, right, where it's more, you're open, you try to practice open communication and be more open to your emotions, right? It's non-traditional. But it's also very Eastern, to be honest. Like you work from within outwards compared to working from outside, like your physical body, and then like they're both opposites. But my point of view is a balance between the two. And for some reason, that's just my nature. Like, I tend to... Like, if I see that there are two sides of something, like, whether it's politics or debate like this with what's considered masculine or non-masculine, I like to stand on the position of modernity, such as, like, moderation and everything. Because obviously, if one becomes too masculine, then there'd be constant wars and bombings and yeah, there has to be a limit or a balance, because it's like the seasons, right? Like if it's always gonna be hot, not a lot of things are gonna survive. And if it's always winter, it's the same thing. Like, because even in tropical places, that's just hot and it's like dry and wet, humid seasons, there's still somewhat of a balance. So in terms of masculinity, I'm trying to find a balance between the two where it's good to be able to be in touch with your emotions. Because, I mean, you need that, because how are you going to talk to a girl? Right? Like, how are you going to relate and, like, communicate with a woman? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And yep. And even in like yeah, because even in like regular workplace or friendships in general, I mean, a friendship is the reality of friendships is you could argue anti-Darwinism, because you're trying to keep everyone alive, right? And if everything was a competition, then there like friendships aren't. It's not what evolutionary correct or biologically correct. If we're going by Darwinism, like evolutionary, um, yeah, unga bunga. Like if everything was unga bunga, then whoever like Genghis Khan or Hitler or whoever was the top, or even right now like Putin or whoever these people are should be allowed to win, right? But it's not the case because humans are humans. Like we have capabilities beyond just like animal nature. We're able to reason. There's long-term memory, delayed gratification, and memory here. But for most of the time, it's very like it's either to reproduce, maintain their health, which is food, or their position in whatever hierarchy they're in for predators. But then even in like herbivores, they have a higher rate of children. Like if you look at rabbits or I don't know, hamsters or rodents, even omnivores like monkeys, like bears, the ones that are in between, they have more children than predators. Like compared to predators, majority of them have maybe like at max 5. Like even in a lion, like a lion pack or a wolf pack, they go in. If it's a huge pack, in the end they eventually like separate, right? And they go lone. 3 FPS. Fake J. Welcome to the Unga Bunga discussion. Oh, I was getting into today. It's hilarious. Like fem cells. Like the fact that that exists. I'm just like, but then there are trad wives, traditional wives. Nope. Bruh. And no wonder why there's Andrew Tate. The Office. Those cities. That's some Eric Andre stuff. That's some Filthy Frank moves. Filthy Frank technique. Bro, gotta learn the homeless man method. The homeless method. Let me just hop on all the subways. Like Uncle Ruckus. Bro, that show was so ahead of its time. Yeah. Oh, the big. Yeah. Oh yeah. And how you can bribe any white man with cheese. Bro. The new white man today is distinguished. They enjoy their cheese. To the old school. That's hilarious. The fact that the creator dropped out studying what was it? African American studies, I think. Yeah, he's studying like world history and specifically African American, and dropped out and made that show. And he's still alive. Oh yeah. Cause like everyone gets something. Like he gives like if you watch, it's not just one ethnicity. It's like everyone gets something. That's the type of humor that this world needs right now. We can't even make jokes anymore. Yeah. Cause like if you make some type of joke, anything, someone's gonna get offended. Someone in public, they're just gonna be like they won't even react like that. They're just gonna be like, "What did you say? Say it again." Or they're just gonna whip like I don't know, a gun or a knife out. I don't know. Yeah. Oh man. Hey man. Wait, why? What, California? A what? Penny theft? Oh, petty. Wait, like anything that's stolen that's under $500? Bruh. Afro-American descent. Mhm. Mhm. Oof. Bruh. Yeah, that's living in the end games. Yeah. It's gonna be looting. Mm. Boonga boonga. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, which is, yeah, that's Bobby Altoff. Whoa. Wait, was that you or your dog? Oh. I mean, I make those noises sometimes. Whoa. Lovers, yeah, lovers. Yeah, she let the fans choose. With his fame? Spread more jazz. Oh yeah. This I mean the ball's rolling. There's a lot of and she's a huge Taylor, she's a Swiftie. And she's met Leve. TikTok. If you've been on TikTok, you've come across. It was a family. Warner's, I think. Oh. Zach Sang? Oh, Billy, yeah, yep. Recognized her. Oh, yeah. Bro, I mean, she deserves it. Like, she's worked really hard. And she's still on the grind right now. Oh, me? So basically, I'm sure because there's like an option on Instagram where we can choose specific words to block. Like if someone says a word that you set on the comments or whatever, then they'd automatically block you, or either they manually blocked me because maybe I was too spammy with the likes. I don't know, but it just doesn't make sense because I don't know. Like how are you gonna keep track of all those people? There's so many people liking your posts that they'd be able to like. Yeah, I mean, I yeah, and I think it's because she had a smaller account and she wasn't a main one. But then again, there were other like actual hardcore fans that were doing the same thing. But I think it's because I wanted to like I guess kind of stand out. So I kind of shot myself in the foot. What I did was basically just leave like test the waters on what kind of comments I could leave. And maybe what triggered it was when I started to leave like mommy comments. Yeah. Because I was just like, mommy? A couple times here and there, or like I would joke around how like they're it's like I'm attending the Church of Jazz or the Church of Goddess Leve. Yeah. Like to the point where I somewhat converted a Bible verse into like making a joke about music. Because I was like, I think there's a verse, Psalm 23, and they used it with Naruto. It's a very popular one where it's like, though I walk in the valley of shadow of death, I shall not. I shall fear no evil. For your rod and staff are beside me, and they comfort me. So that one, and then I changed it to though I walk in in the valley of mediocre pop music, I shall not fear, for your EP album is beside me. And I was just like, I was just trolling a little, but I didn't know. I was just testing, like how much humor, yeah, how much humor or religious humor I could get away with. But I think that that was what triggered her, because with their grandfather is an actual pastor a long time ago, and I think he passed away. Yeah, because then after that, like after I got blocked, I double checked like what was the number one religion in Germany and like Northern Europe is, and Russia, and it's a Christian Orthodox. And then I looked deeper, and it's basically like one of the 12 disciples, Andrew, I think, was able to visit there and then establish a church, and so that's where their branch of Christianity is, and it's slightly different from Catholicism. It's still Christianity, but it's like slightly different. I'm not sure what the specifics are. But yeah. But I mean, I got their attention, and I mean, Leve hasn't blocked me, and yeah, a little. But then again, it's like, well, yeah, yeah, because I mean, it's a little counterintuitive, because it's like the whole piracy thing. Like, would you rather? Yeah, well, that's just a little too much effort. And I mean, it is her twin sister, and I was just trying to test like what type of humor her humor boundaries were. So I guess when I started to go into the religious humor, religious satire, it's just like no, we don't allow that in this church. Not in Goddess Leve's church. We only allow jazz, wine, and dad jokes, and self-insert, somewhat self-aware. We only allow our jokes, which is understandable. Oh, it is here. I just have to. I don't know how I'm gonna share the audio, because I mean that is the number one thing. I'll just have to change my. You're gonna be heard, or maybe I can change my audio. Oh, there we go. Nice, nice. Okay, I'm gonna play it. I don't know if it's updated already, but whoever watches this in the future, this is a short animatic for Leve's California Enemy for fun. So it's small project. And I'm gonna play it.
Should have figured that you'd go back to New York. Don't consider me when you
Yeah, that's where it
run back
ends.
to her. You don't have to hide
I'm sure it's
it. I
delayed right
know
now.
why you went. Said you needed space. I know better than that.
I'm gonna double check. Oh yeah, it's playing right now. It just finished. It's very short. It's the first verse, so... Oh, you saw it? You can probably replay it over and over now, so... Yeah. But we'll see. I mean... I'm getting there. Because what I have envisioned for the chorus... Because she literally says, I imagine... what's the lyrics? She says, I imagine you... holding her in your arms, I think. For the lyrics. Let me see. Gotta double check. Because right now, like, it's a little tricky to get the second verse, because she says, could have fought for you, but I just let you leave. Hurt too much to consider you didn't love me. And then the mountains of LA will weep through the night, driving down sunset's a terrible sight. So it'll be easy to visualize the mountains weeping, but they could have fought for you, but just let you leave. Hurt too much to consider you didn't love me. That's the part. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the slightly tricky part, because the way to do it, like the specific camera angle, the type of acting, because even like her in for this one, where she was looking up and then she texts back and says okay, that was a little tricky to like figure out like the camera angle, because it's slightly looking from below, like worm's eye view, where you can see like a little under her head. So it's just specific like tiny directing stuff. Yeah, but on the chorus it'll be easier because there's more specific imagery. And the third verse where she says, I imagine you holding her in your arms, laughing about how I thought that you were the one. So what I... Yeah. Yeah. So what I had in mind was basically... I'm gonna draw it here so you're gonna see. So I was thinking, because she's doing like Bewitched and like a mermaid kind of theme, maybe like, because this is the page, right? Maybe she's like, her face is gonna be here, and she's like, I think so. But it's updating now, right? So basically, while she's crying and she slightly opens her eyes and her tears come out, there's gonna be a part where, like, in flames, where they're both dancing in front of her, but like faded. So this other girl, and then they're doing like a waltz type of ball thing. Oh no, not them. They won't be laughing. She'll imagine this because she says she's imagining it, and then she's laughing because she thought that she was gonna be the one, but no, because she's imagining him already dancing with her. So it's gonna look like this. No, it's just... It's like... Yeah, but these are basically gonna be in flames. Like... It's gonna be like visual effects. Like... It's gonna start out as a smaller flame, obviously, like a spark. Because it's her imagination, and then it'll grow into this. So it'll be like that. And then she opens her eyes slightly like this. So from closed to slightly open. And then her tears would come out. But it's gonna be in motion, and yeah, it's gonna be very sad. But this will be when she's like, I think, fallen, where she's in that pose that I sent you. Like she drops on the sand. Bruh. Racist stuff. We were actually doing what this channel was meant for. Oh, me? Oh, yeah. Like, this whole time, like, you guys' audio wasn't... Yeah. No. It's just me talking to myself. Like, if you rewatch this... Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm already doing an art stream, so it's safe to assume my guy's going crazy, drawing by himself. Can't help it. Well, it's worse if you pair it with drugs. Because then it's like, you literally can't tell reality from fantasy. Because that's kind of what happened to me when we went to the lake house. Or in general, like any interaction with me. Because like I'm already at a visually heightened sense in general when I'm sober. So any drug that like makes it worse. Because even if it's like trying to make it better or whatever, it ends up like not being a good thing for me, because then I have a hard time telling reality from fantasy at some point. Like derealization and depersonalization, to the point where like if I fall asleep, I don't know if I'm dreaming or not. And if I wake up, it's to a point where it's like, am I awake in the dream, or am I still dreaming, or am I back in reality type of thing. The imposter syndrome is normal, like, but the derealization and the whole psychosis thing, that's not many people can survive that. Especially if you don't have a good ground of reality, yeah. Yeah. It's funny because Albert Einstein said creativity is intelligence playing. Like, it's intelligence playing around. Which is wild. And then I think he or someone else also said that someone's ability to replicate something and have it look near to the original or better is a reflection of their intelligence, which is wild because the first time and it's very recent that I saw or heard that. Which is true because it's like when you listen to parrots or those birds, the birds that can repeat words and actually speak. That's a reflection of their intelligence, which is wild, yeah. Yep. And with more practice, they can hold like a decent conversation without knowing it. Yeah. Oh yeah. And chickens too, like chickens playing piano. That one's wild. Yep. It's out there. They taught a chicken how to peck the right notes. And it was able to play Happy Birthday. Oh, you're watching it? There's also with Elon Musk. He trained a monkey to play a video game just with its brain. Yeah, like they put a so there's no joystick or anything. It's just a connection to its brain. And all it has to do is look at the screen and think about where the object should move. And the monkey is rewarded with a banana smoothie. So while it's playing the game, it's sucking on a straw. But all it's doing is like imagining the dots moving. And it moves. Yep. And it's super fast. I think it was for the SpaceX one. Yeah. Well, mainly because they don't have... Yeah, they don't have, doubt, especially when it comes... If you're feeding them, like, food and rewarding them constantly. Compared to humans, where it's like, even if there is a reward... Yeah, like what you said, we contemplate things deeper. Or have the ability to. Oh, for the monkeys? Oh, the parrot one. Yep. Yeah. And they have to be rewarded to build that habit. Yep. But it gets to a point where they won't be dependent on a reward anymore, which is really cool. Yeah. It could, I think they eventually replace it with something else, like, I don't know, interaction or petting the animal. So it's a lower dose of dopamine. But it's still a type of reward system. Yeah. That's wild. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because they were ahead with their website, but then they didn't think about the future, like streaming and stuff. Because they were way ahead of the game, to be honest, or one of the channels ahead of the game. They just chose to stop innovating. Oh yeah. It's just this one's his episode before this was environments. I try to do them like back to back. Oh, this was an old project that I wanted to finish that I started in 2017. I can send the old draft because it's still online. And then one summer or April, it gained like 14,000 views. Or more than that, I don't remember. But then it gained like 250 different followers or subscribers. And the requirement for me to monetize at that point was 250. Oh, and right now I have 228. And this was on not Webtoons, but Tapastic. But if you want to read it, it's very short. It's very short-lived. I'll send it to you directly, so... Yeah. So what I'm doing now is basically revisiting it and rewriting. finishing it basically. Yeah. But now with my plan, I'm gonna set it, I'm gonna use real life locations just to like, oh wow, 'cause most people don't know where Arkansas is. But from an Asian American's perspective. Yeah, I think, well, not I think, it was definite when my parents had the choice. You were given a choice between New York, California, Florida, Chicago, I think, and then Arkansas. And then they asked what would be, or they didn't even ask, they were just recommended that, but if you're expecting to have children, or because you have children with you, it would be good to, the best place or best state to raise children is Arkansas, or rural, like non-city areas, which makes sense, like suburban areas. It's secluded, not a lot of people know about the place. It's not high-paced, like culture and work culture. And to be honest, like it's very community based as well, because everyone lives far apart, everyone kind of knows everyone. Yeah. And it's not fast paced where you end up not having time with your children. And it's a retiring state, so a lot of people retire here or have kids, and then this is where they start their family. But yeah, there's like really interesting locations here, like underrated, that I'm surprised. Yeah. Well, I mean, Fayetteville is growing too. And there's a literal castle in Arkansas. Rogues Castle. It's in Eureka Springs. And it looks like a literal castle. I'll send it to you directly. There's a video and everything. The guy who built it, he traveled the whole world. And he basically kind of based it off of like European castles. So it's really interesting to like find out, yeah, like find out that this exists in Arkansas at the edge of a river. I think you can even hold weddings there, so, and birthday parties. Imagine making a movie or a music video and renting out the place. Because it's like, people will be wondering like where that is, and it's in an actual, like, really unexpected place. And it'll give more traction to this state. Because Arkansas's history is really interesting as well. Like, there's a whole documentary that was just released last year. There's another place, it's called the Dreamland Ballroom. Oh, you searched it up? Yeah, Dreamland Ballroom. Oh, yeah, there's this one too, Dreamland Ballroom. So this is literally 15-minute drive, a 15-minute drive from my house. And it used to be, there was a jazz route right here in the south from Chicago to Louisiana to Mississippi, Alabama, like all the southern states, and Arkansas was basically what Chicago is today. Like before all the racist construction, like the way that they reconstructed roads and buildings and demolished like old traditional like brick and mortar buildings. It was all demolished because of the highways and how they like reconstructed it. But they did it in a very racist way where they divided the north and the south. Like, because there's a river that cuts right through Arkansas. And Little Rock is basically the border of, yeah. And then they ended up building a new high school as well, because it used to be that the whole Little Rock 9 thing, if you, yeah, like that history, everyone, there was only like one, because it's Central High School. It used to be one high school for the whole state, but then they divided it, so then you had Hall High and then like Parkview and all these other different, and then Central, and it just like divided everything, which is so it is so stupid, because they ruined so many buildings and roads. And that's why there's like, if you drive through Little Rock or here in the, like the south or mid parts of Little Rock in Arkansas, there's a lot of like foundation, like building, like foundations of buildings that are still there, that have either turned into roads, or you can just see the outline of the old building that was demolished, and like roads that end randomly and then it connects to a different one. But if you like uncover the concrete and like clean it up, it actually continues like for like really like a, yeah, like Chicago or New York Street, you know, like blocks and blocks of houses, which is wild because like it's really cool. Like I'm just gonna send the documentary to you. Yeah. Yeah, which is, it's so ridiculous. Like And I'm sure like they used up a ton of and people's tax, like tax money, like to rework infrastructure. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it's really cool because they're trying to revive this place. And I was surprised. Hopefully, I'm very optimistic for the future. If Leve ever does another, I mean, she's already doing another US tour, but if she does another one in the future, and this stage ballroom place, you know, gets recognized internationally, or at least within the country, they could continue that traditional jazz route. It was called the Chitlin Road. Yeah. Or something like that. It had Chitlin in it, so... Basically, Ella Fitzgerald, Louis Armstrong, Nat King Cole, Dizzy Gillespie, like all of the well-known like jazz artists went through this route. And it was all the southern states, and it's just really cool. I don't know. And it's just kind of sad how it was systemically destroyed for no reason other than hate. I don't know. So that's kind of like what I'd like to incorporate in this story retelling. That castle, the Garvin Garden like glass church, the actually I'm just gonna show it to you through Discord. It's gonna be faster. Share that. So this is the whole outline of the story. That's the brand, and this is the style guide I'm going for. Something like this. But these are the settings. So central. Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but basically I'm just gonna spoil the settings. There's gonna be a hidden garden within the school. So this is the top view of the school. And because there's like forests and trees, it's gonna be somewhere here. But obviously it's not gonna be an exact copy. I'm just gonna get the majority of this part, maybe the field, and then everything else is gonna be forest. And then I'm gonna add this abandoned greenhouse. Yeah. Because they eventually stumble into it during or after their graduation. And it'll be like, you know, their isekai type of thing. They go into another world or whatever, or time skip. Yeah. But it's gonna be fantasy, so after that, they eventually go into college, and then I chose Oxford mainly because it already looks thematically like it. Like if you look at Central, right? It's hard to imagine like, wait, that's in Arkansas type of thing, you know? Like, because if you look at it, yeah. And if you go to their website, it's actually been dubbed by the American international architect, that it's the most beautiful high school building in America or in the world, something like that. Yeah. I mean, the mere fact that, like, if you look at it, it doesn't look like a high school. It looks like a college. It looks like Oxford. Yeah. It's hard to believe, like, but it's there. Um, and then I just wanted to make this connection to, like, because it's gonna be something like fantasy-esque, so you're gonna throw some party. It's gonna be fall. There's some good old good old good old partying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Some animals involved. Some clownery, some clussy. Got Winnie the Pooh with his Tims. Some femcel activity. Oh yeah. And then good old, I don't even know what to call this. A white drunkardness, Caucasian drunkenness. And a bit of, what was this movie? West Side Story? Maybe dance competition? Who knows? But I'm really liking this imagery here. Yeah. Something like that, and then maybe like this one. Yeah, that's the overall vibe of that. It's very, a lot of, yeah. And then there's a cafe called River City Cafe here. It's actually really nice. I went in and I felt like I was transported somewhere else. Like, it did not feel like Arkansas. Like, looks like, no, not Boba House. But they do allow submissions. But this is what it looks like from the inside. And then I wanted to connect this other cafe in France. It's like something like a corner vibe, something like that, or maybe like that at the side. But this cafe is basically gonna be, it's gonna have 3 levels. It's gonna be half library, half garden, half aquarium, and then a cafe, obviously, and then like a few stage corners where like people can perform. Yeah. It's gonna be fun though, so like I don't think there's ever been a setting where someone combines these 3 things just for a cafe. And library, yep. It's gonna be 3. This one, yeah. Yes, sir. Oh no. I think these were pulled. I think this was somewhere in Asia. This one too, and that's Barnes and Nobles right there. And these, I think these were in addition to these in France. So France, Asia, Barnes and Nobles, and Arkansas. This is the only place this from Arkansas. But I think I'm going to add this as the main entrance, or like do something with this window pane But that's where she's gonna work during high school. She's gonna come back home to it as well. And then, yeah, this is where a lot of things are gonna happen. One of the places, yep. And then her parents' house. It's gonna be... I'm not sure if it's gonna be the castle itself, or if they're gonna live somewhere near this castle, and I might turn it into an abandoned one, an abandoned castle, just to make it more interesting. So like when they go in, it's like, oh, yeah, maybe. Sing like a Disney princess. When will my reflection show? Not the gatekeeping. Yeah. So it's gonna be out somewhere in an open field. And these are the two actual real places in Arkansas, so Y Mountain and Rogue's Castle Manor. This one I don't know is random, but I like the design of the house. Yes, sir. And then this is a place in Philippines called Puerto Princesa. And something's gonna happen, yeah. Something's gonna happen with another character. And someone's gonna be left on a date by themselves. In the dark. Just like that. And these are the national flowers. Philippines. So we'll see. And I really like the mangroves right here. It was pretty... I think we did, or I talked to Uche instead. I don't know. It was interesting. It's always very humbling. Yeah. Yeah. I think her family is more in touch with the tourist islands. Well, my both ends of my family are like in the mainland, both north and south. I mean, we have family all around. The main problem is the travel and like scheduling that, because we were constantly moving like every 2 to 3 days, just to like, yeah, just to like meet with as many family members as possible, because it's just so much family. It's like trying to count all the branches on a tree. I don't know. And some of them don't even... That would be our first memory together, like first time meeting, which is... Yeah... Thankfully, they're all somewhat generic and like they're more Spanish typical than Filipino typical, I guess. But bruh. I mean, it's up to you. The you could always hop on whatever tree branch. I don't even know who's who. But yeah, so this is gonna be her apartment. It's based on a YouTuber's past apartment. Yeah, so it's like a studio apartment, but then she is really clever. She sectioned each part out as its own little thing. And then it was really cool how she painted each wall different, so it made it feel like, you know, an actual different section of the room. Because it used to just all be... Oh, it was... That's how much she was paying. Yes, sir. But that's on her YouTube budget. So this is New York or DC, I think. Yeah. YouTube money. She's pretty rich by now. Cause like she bought her own house as well. Like right after this, she dropped out of college and bought her own house. I don't know. Yeah. And she's only like, what, 20? Yeah. For real. Bruh. What do you mean? How many people view my streams? Bruh, the max views right now has been 2 people. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. Like, watch me draw this. Oh, you just stay there long enough to figure out the niche. Just like watch enough. I mean, I've sent like really interesting stuff to you, so interesting. What I mean by interesting is bromance. Bro, it's got a mind of its own. Sometimes it just like introduces me and takes away a part of my visual virginity. Like, yeah. It's like, yo, that's possible? But yeah. Indubitably. Her vase? I think it's also the mindset. Like, no, I don't think it's a race thing. What I would say, and what a lot of a lot of artists have said drawing is like working out, which is true. It's true. There are days that I don't want to do this, and I'm surprised because like I thought I wouldn't hate. Yeah, like working out. Yeah. That's exactly how I feel. Because there are times, I mean, I was just explaining it because you were asking like, how do I keep myself motivated? And there are times where I'm not. So what I do is like, I just do other things that aren't related to this. And then I eventually come back and be like, oh wow, I guess I missed this. And then I lose interest again, and then cycle repeats, so... I'm kind of in that right now, and I'm mainly fearing... That's why because when I was doing all the 3D stuff for like 2 years, I wasn't even doing this like digital stuff, drawing. I mean, I was barely painting at this level because all I was doing is sketching. Yeah, it was a huge learning curve again because I'm going to show it. Like, I forgot how to transition from grayscale, like black and white, into color, and how to do that. Because that's a huge learning curve right after you figure out... Like, to simplify it, there's like 3 main phases of drawing. You have line art, right? And you gotta like practice from thin to thick or thick to thin, and like light cut, and then cross hatching, and that like if you draw lines further apart, it actually looks lighter than if you draw them close together. And then the closer that you start to scribble, like when you start to scribble, that's when you get into shading. And after you figure this part out, then you start to sketch, like copy things, you know, like when you start copying and it's like, oh, you can figure out that like, I don't know, a cup has a certain shape, like, you know, it's cylindrical and it tapers outward, but at the same time it's like it has ovals at both ends, and then just like trying to draw it in different angles, because then it's like, do you want it going towards you, away from you? And then you like try to imagine tumbling it in your mind, and like, what if it overlaps? Like, how does that look? And then if you can begin to do that with like several things and copy in general, then you can get into grayscale stuff, like actually giving it shade. And then, yep, and form, and almost as if like it starts to look like a sculpture. You establish like where's the light coming from. You choose a light source, and then you choose which part is the lightest and which part is the darkest. And then you get into like core shadow and how to make something look like it's wrapping around another thing, and bounce light, and the basic science of that, because like understanding that light actually scatters everywhere, even if it's coming from one direction. It'll bounce on the main shape, but then it'll also bounce on the floor, right? And it's touching the floor, so it'll also bounce back into the shadow. That's why if you look at shadows and observe them a lot, there are parts of it where it's mind-blowing that somehow it looks lighter, like there's light in the shadow. Yep. Like, I'm just gonna showcase it, even though I already have drawings, but I think it's better to just show it. So in this case, you'll see it. So there's also ambient occlusion. That basically just means like when two things are so close together that there's a absolute shadow between, like in between those two things, where light can't reach it. So that's why ambient, like it's the literal word ambient, the things around it, and then occlusion is when they touch and occlude, when you can't see anything between them other than just shadow. And so in this case, I'm using this type of gray, right? But I also got this darker shade, and then I'm kind of using the background as well as a white. And then this yellow as like a mid-ish tone. So this is thinking like in black and white and light and shadow to simplify things. So this is transitioning from line work and like sketching, and now this is like thinking about light. So there are parts where it's like core shadow, where like usually it shows up next to where the light ends and the shadow begins. And if you want something to look more hard-edged, then you make that transition exactly flat like that. Then it looks flatter and it has a sharper edge. But if you want it to be softer, kind of like how I'm doing with the hair, you basically just blend between the two, like you're scribbling. So this is where the scribbling and all of this comes into play. Because if you start to scribble between the two, then you begin to get a gradient, which starts to look like a round edge. And you lose that sharp edge. It's very much like sculpting, like, or yeah, with color. Like, for example, oh, you mean like when when it's not true perspective? Like when it's ortho. What would be an example? Spreading at the top and colliding. Because the main optical illusion is when you go into color. Like, that's the biggest optical illusion. And then there's also perspective. Oh. I guess I'm trying to like wonder or think what you mean like more specifically, because I mean all I'm seeing is like this is still within the bounds of 3-point perspective, because you have there's still a horizon line in that, and then it's pointing here, so there's a point perspective there, PB1, PB2, and then PB3 would be down here. And all it is, and I think a fourth perspective there too. But these basically connect and align. And that drawing, you have your cone of vision. So what you're looking through is this frame, right? And this is what the camera sees. And what's happening, that's still a cylinder. I mean, all it is basically this cup thing I was showing you. But now you have this form, right? And this is what the camera is looking at. Yeah. And it's going in itself like this in an S. And that's repeated over and over. I guess what I'm trying to wondering about is what you mean by optical illusion. Because, well, what's usually considered an optical illusion that trips 80 to 90% of artists is this gray to color part. Because if I were to turn this color or these drawings into grayscale, right, like into this, there is an illusion where you have the same value, right, like the same gray, but if you change the hue and add more saturation, it's still the same gray, but now it has color, right? And if I change the hue and it's a yellow, they're both the same gray. All three of these. This regular gray and this orangish gray. But if I turn them grayscale, let's see what layer I'm on. They're the same gray, right? But they're different colors when you turn the color back on. And what you can do with that is it's an optical illusion, because now within this context, right, within this type of gray around it, it looks lighter compared to if I were to have it here, right? It's the because now it looks darker when it's surrounded by this lighter color. Like if this is the part where like every TikToker is trying to what do you call that? Like call artists on their BS that they don't know their color theory stuff. Yeah. Because if... Let me just cover this whole thing up. Because if I... Yep. Because like, I mean, if you looked at this, let me change the color as well, just to like refresh it. And let's make it this gray. So now it's the same value. Like which one looks lighter and darker, right? Yep. But if you turn it all gray and take the color away, that green within the gray is gone. Like it's actually the same value. Like they're all the same gray. But if you turn the color back on, it gets brighter. Like it looks like it's lighter than the gray that it's on. But if you take the color away, it's the same exact gray. So that's the optical illusion part, and where that's found is in her hair, actually. Because if I do the same thing, it's colored, right? Now I'm gonna slowly transition it. And like, if you look at the whole hair, they're very similar grays. And that's what's causing it to pop out. Like it's actually all the same type of gray. And that's what makes it look like it's the glowy. Because if I bring the color back, there's a ton of the colors start to separate, but they're all the same value. Like they're the same gray. And so that's the part that most artists, that's the magic to painting. Like if you get this part and you know like how to use light and shadow and form and sketching, then you've unlocked the painting matrix. So that's kind of the optical illusion that artists come across and what I was expecting. But if you meant, I guess, like visual optical illusions, oh, so there are rules with perspective. So this is perspective. I guess what you're meaning is like perspective optical illusions. There are problems with perspective where, let's say, if you were to draw two circles next to each other, right? And the camera, this is how the camera has framed it. The question is like, how do I know which one is further and closer, right? And usually, there's several ways to go about it. Like, I can turn one of them slightly lighter, and I can turn one of them darker, and the darker one would look like it's closer. And then if I want to, and if I push the darker one back, like lighter, and make it even lighter, then it starts to look like it's way far from the camera. And then if I change the size, right? So this is just changing with shade. But now if I change the size, obviously it's gonna look like it's further away. But if I flip that and make this one further away, right? Like it makes you wonder which one's closer. Is this like the speck on the camera, or is it like, you know, just a really dark dot way in the distance, and then this is like super close, but it's like a lint or a fuzz or dust or something, right? Because if I start to add like blur, actual blur, then obviously it's gonna look like, you know, it's out of focus. Maybe it's close, like literally on top of the camera. Or if I do the opposite and make this one blurred, then yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the layer it's on. Yeah? There's a lot to teach. Because I mean, this is painting in general, but then it's even worse when you... Well, not worse, but there's just a lot more when you actually get into 3D, because then... Yeah, you have a different user interface, like different buttons, and it gets annoying because it's like, how do you actually save the image? And then there's some softwares where it doesn't export. Like you'd expect it to render and export a video, right? But then like it doesn't, because it actually only exports image by image. And then you have to bring in all those images into, like, I don't know, Adobe Premiere and stitch all the images together. And then you can finally render it as a video, which is annoying. The, like, if you didn't set MP4 or AVI or like whatever like video file, yeah, like if you didn't do a preview just to make sure like everything looks right, and then you get into and then you get into rendering engines as well. Like, are you gonna use Blender's rendering engine, Eevee, or are you gonna use Sony's with Arnold, or are you gonna use Unreal Engine? It gets a little annoying. Yeah, because they all do the same thing. It's just, what is the end goal? Like, is it for video games? Is it for a film? Is it for personal use? Is it for your YouTube channel? So yes, like I used to hate 3D, but then I learned to fall in love with it, and hate it, and fall in love with it, and hate it. And it's just, yeah, you know, it's not all too bad when you figure out you can put lube on. Who knows? You don't have to go raw all the time. But yeah, that's that. I guess another one is like this blue on her. Yeah, it's literally the same gray, but it makes it look like it's popping out that blue pop-out. So that goes into bounce light and rim light and lighting as well. Yes, it depends. What kind of commission? Oh, yeah, like a profile picture. Yeah, I think it's still open. Like, if you go to the link on my YouTube bio. Well, what if we can... Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very understandable. Yep. So the main thing you're really wanting to do is competitive gaming? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the toughest part is when you start to receive compliments, because it gives you a sense of like like absolute accomplishment. Like, oh, finally, it feels like I've reached this thing that I've been dreaming of. But there's a whole book about that called The War of Art. It just talks about resistance, and resistance in the sense of like what you were saying, like being demotivated and finding motivation. And it's written from the perspective of a war veteran that turned into a painter. And he basically went into painting and the arts with the mindset of a soldier, remembering that every day, well, obviously, like, you don't have to be in that 24/7 mindset of like trying to survive using this method, but the main lesson that he gives is treating, yeah, you can either choose to be completely competitive, or no, it's beating resistance, like finding a way to make this thing that you're wanting to do enjoyable, and enjoyable to the point that it's second nature, and that it's something that you wouldn't mind coming back to, and that you actually enjoy coming back to doing. So it's lessening the reasons to not do it. I guess in my case, I know that a lot of I went against the warning, because people were saying like, don't set up your workspace next to your bed or to your room, because then you'll have a tendency to go to sleep and not work. But I went against that, and like my workspace, since I was in anim school, my bed is literally behind me, so I've chosen to have the opposite mindset, where instead of thinking that, oh, I can sleep, instead it's like, oh, I can wake up to the thing that I want to do right away, like the thing I've been dreaming of doing right then and there. Yep. Yep. And it reduces the friction of, like, if my workspace was downstairs or something, or like at a different house, I'd be thinking about like, oh, I have to drive, or like, oh, I have to, yeah. And so that's the main thing he emphasized in the book, is finding ways to make your path to the thing you want to do less resistant. And giving it's like the reward system thing as well, like finding ways to make it even more enjoyable for you to like keep returning and enjoy, and not forget like why you're doing what you're doing anyways. Because for me, I mean, right next to my wall here as well, I have like notes and stuff where, yeah, like constant reminders, because I ended up watching documentaries like what I was telling you earlier, where I went and researched like either old veteran artists or either dead or young ones, and kind of figured out like what their core belief and motivation is, or like catchphrase or motto. And then I wrote those, the ones that I agreed with and that inspired me the most. And like Hayao Miyazaki, he had said once, I wrote it up here, he said, if I can entertain people, maybe I deserve to exist. And so if I look at the wall, that kind of reminds me of like, oh dang, this guy, this is how he sees his career. Like it's his form of existence. It's what gives him value or purpose. The other guy is did I write it? Yeah, because there's a bunch. Oh, I mean, there's this simple one about luck. Basically luck. This was written by the philosopher Seneca. He said, luck equals preparation plus opportunity. Which makes sense, because it's like, if you've prepared yourself, and you've gone out and sought after the opportunities that are available, then you're lucky. Yep. What else? Unachievable, like, kind of like talent as well. Yep. But what it takes to be lucky is those two things, preparation. Yep. Yep. Because if you are friends with people that provide opportunity, but you're not prepared and you don't have the skills, I mean, you're just friends with them, right? It's a good thing, like you can still keep in touch, but if you're not prepared, then you won't get what you were looking for, or you're not helping yourself, if that makes sense. I think the other one was Satoshi Kon. I remember where I wrote it. Somewhere on this wall. Oh, there's one where about education with Albert Einstein. He said, the day when you stop learning is the day you start dying. Yeah. I mean, it's stuff that I wrote and like helps me, like reminds me that like, damn, I need to, yeah, like I need to remember that. I need to learn something new today, whatever it is. Yeah. Yep. You continue to live. Oh, Albert Einstein summer. Teach me your ways. But yeah, like, I've just gathered like several quotes from different like psychology and human stuff, just like remind me, oh, that's what it means to be human. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, I'm human too. Maybe I gotta live. Maybe it's a good thing to live. Indeed. But yeah, I mean, what I'm doing isn't original. A bunch of, I mean, I'm sure every whatever innovator, intellect, they've already done. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a whole podcast called Creative Block where they interview artists and animators, veterans, and ask them that question, like, how do you deal with Creative Block? And it's really cool. There's some that I recently watched in that channel that were they did the opposite. They basically said, I worked through it. Or I didn't think about it that much. I just kept going until like I needed a break. Or until they burnt out, which is the worst thing. There were some, I mean, bunch of Japanese animators that are sleeping like 2 hours or don't even sleep at all. Just doing the same thing over again. But it's the dream job. Oh yeah. Bucci Brat. Bucci Brat, Leve, all these e-girls. Bruh. Not the braces. Leve and glasses, and glasses. Don't forget the glasses. Be spectacled. and know how to dance. Know how to dance and sing at the same time. And play an instrument and speak French, a different language. And a gamer. And has a Discord server. Huh? What? Oh, we were talking about the ideal peak female form. Can be a man and a woman at the same time. Can cook. Can be in and out of the kitchen. Works for Discord part-time. And never get tired. Like a rhino. Like a Rajang from Monster Hunter. And loves God. but also believes in Darwin. Believes in all the religions. Oh yeah. But stronger than me. Attributes? Physical forms? They're out there, and they work for the CIA. They're probably listening in on our conversation right now. They like our Discord. Maybe they are a part of the minority. Alright, I think I'm gonna... I should finish this. I should finish it. I'm already here. So yeah, I mean, I'm currently in that dilemma, what you were talking about. Either art block or continuing to do something. Because I can choose to stop now, but I'm so close to the end. So close to the end. I just gotta turn the corner. So close. Oh wow. Can you believe it, guys? It's Christmas already. Can you believe it, guys? I'm not a guy anymore. I'm fully transitioned. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get canceled. Yeah, I'm gonna get canceled. Someone's gonna clip me. No, I'm gonna keep it in. I'm gonna actually wait and see. Bro, they will do that too. It's so stupid. It's like, my guy. I guess the hardest thing to draw sometimes is clothing and stuff like this, like ribbons, thin things. Cause like, the way they turn in perspective is like, they get wonky. Or like, it's not straightforward. And hair. I mean, they don't bend. They're organic things. Like, they're not man-made. Yep. Or just like curves in general. Like, if you were to draw a cube, but then turn it into a car, and then it has like your windshield and stuff, that's tough to keep symmetrical. And then like figuring out where the wheels go, I don't know. Yep. But yeah, that's my mini crash course to painting. the part that they really don't talk about is the practice part. Most artists are like, yeah, enjoy yourself, and then they don't say like, oh, but you gotta draw like maybe for a straight year or two until things start to begin to click. That's actually what someone did. They spent like a year or two. Now they work for Sony. They knew nothing. Yeah. And would I buy a Tesla? I don't know. Someone did say it would be bad to own all electric devices. Mainly, yeah, because the government can just send out a radio shock. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, no. Is the day to like trust technology? I don't know. Which is crazy because that's literally what's happening. They predicted our present. Yeah. It's meant to be. Yep, it's meant to be. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, bro, those chicken of the forest. Have you heard of the chicken of the forest? It's a type of mushroom, bro. I wanna try that. And there's also beef. Like steak mushroom, that's what it's called. And it looks like actual steak. Like it's got strips and everything. Like it looks like it's got blood. Which is wild. Oh, hey yo. Bruh. Hey Thank you for enlightening us. Thank you for widening our brain cells, informing us of the dangers, bringing us into the light. That's a legit thing I've been considering. I have been watching and keeping up with those guys. There's another guy called Jellymation. Red Moa. Hey, it's been a while. But on my stream though? I mean, oh, they've seen it? Bruh. Oh yeah, recently there's been a lot more art. I've been doing a lot of live action stuff. Yeah, yeah. There's like 3D stuff. There's a ton of 3D stuff. Oh yeah. If you go further, like he's really good at it. And I'm surprised because it looks way better than the real stuff. Like the official whatever you see, right? It looks way better than majority of the real, like, actual official anime stuff. As he says that, where's that other hand going? Where's your right hand right now? What's that right hand doing? Stranger. Yeah, in this economy, it's very understandable to turn to the dark side. Like, I mean... To mine? I don't know if there are. Oh, if I do. Then it gives me confidence that my art is doing what it's meant to be doing. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, it's supposed to do that. Thank God that, you know, I'm able to do that. my brothers, I've found the solution. Neuron activation. Hersha? Hersha, I don't know. Oh. Yeesh. Gotta be careful with what you're streaming, cause someone's gonna catch you slacking. No, no, this is that's a fan, I think. Ring, yeah, because they're fans. Hey. I mean, we're joking about it, but it won't be a surprise. It won't be a surprise when it actually happens. You'll be like, so when's the next episode? And I'll be like, once I pay my rent. Once I make enough to pay my rent. Which is the crazy part. That's what Uche's doing. Wait, what? Depends. Depends. If they are looking for like, if it's something like this where it's like, if it's human and it looks like it's a costume on a human, then that's good. That's all right. But if it's the actual like animal, then no. I know. Gardevoir? I mean, there's already a tier list for like pass or smash. Top rated one? We might as well be everywhere. Eloma. Hello, it's Eloma. Can't believe that guy exists. Bro, he doesn't believe it's him. He doesn't believe it's yeah, he doesn't believe it's a real guy. Hello, my name is Eloma, and today I did create a list of, yeah, like, actually. I think you'd like these wholesome ones. Yes. No. Where did I send? The food channel. Food. Lackmaster. Hey, we didn't get catch lacking. Oh, the ramen? The ramen? The 2:45 a.m. or p.m.? Wait, was it way back in June? Oh. Oh. Cause I was seeing some like Victor and Nathan going on a date without me, without telling me. Some Uncle Ruckus movement. Some eggs and asparagus. You made that? The tonkatsu? Yo. I thought that was from a restaurant. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? Hey. Slumber party? Hey, yo. Who's that? Who's that cutie patootie? Probably not. Because I only play Monster Hunter. And I probably won't. Huh? Baldur's Gate? It's like that time you guys bought me Monster Hunt. I mean, Super Smash. Oh yeah. And then I never played. Yo. Good times. Oh, that's why. Bruh. Yeah, we haven't smashed in a while. Huh? Yeah, that's right. You heard what you heard. Hey, yo. Whoa, okay. Bengal? What the? Whoa. Uh. Bruh. No. Please don't loot her. Don't loot her, because I have to loot her first. Yes, please don't. Not until I do. Huh? And they won an awards as well. A24. Yep. Yep. It's worth keeping. Like, it's worth your money to be, like, one of the rarest things to own. Yep. My first thought was there was a lot of reference to Satoshi Kon, Wong Kar-wai, a bunch of, like, obviously Asian cinema or Chinese cinema. And then the whole multiverse thing. Right after I watched Spider-Verse 2, I realized they're both working on the same parallel universe, because in Spider-Verse you had the time machine, right? But it was also shaped like a torus or a donut shape, because they break the portal, right? And it's shaped like a donut. And then they also, well, it's a little bit of a spoiler, I don't know if you mind. Have you but basically, I mean, you saw that they merged in live action because they're bringing in multiverse, right, and parallel universes. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they share the same time travel slash multiverse. Because, I mean, they already connected, like, the live-action Spider-Verse with all the other Spider-Man universe. And so, it was just really interesting how two very different movies shared the same theme, the same parallel universe idea, but executed it in slightly different ways. Each other, but at the same time, Lucy, I don't think so. I don't think so. It does sound familiar, so maybe I might have watched a video essay. I don't know. Yes. That the world we live in might be bigger than us. The universe. The challenge with that is going against mixing it with politics, because I feel like at the end of the day, what destroys all human foundation is illogical political views. The core foundation of humanity can just disappear in a matter of seconds with twisted philosophy. I mean politics. Twisted politics and war. Yeah. And traumatizing. And not worth the investment. (2019) It's really good. Oh, it goes over when you asked about psychosis, artists and psychosis. The whole movie is about that. Yep. Yep. It's really well made. And then the new Oppenheimer movie is directed by the same guy who directed that one. Oh no. Other times, the leaf picks you. Fire. There's a fire. Incel wisdom. The wisdom of an incel. Not in my server. CIA, I meant everything by that. Almost done. Just a few more. So it's just us now. So, how's the kids? Sounds good. Oh wow, really? That congratulations. That's such a big milestone. What? Wait, what?
each night we used to stand looking up with the fireflies and wonder just how far the moon is through shining eyes. Say a wish, set it free, let it fly away, and let us watch it glow forever in the sky. When the storm comes, the skies turn dark and gray. The
Like, it's, yep.
好きよ。もう間に合わないよ。 私とキスするの。どっちがいい？顔赤いよ。完全に振られちゃったけどね。むしろ本当今はすっきりあ、やばい。ちょっと今泣いてる場合じゃ。この世界でたった一人きりになった気がして、ただ立ち尽くしてた。どうしてだろう。一人で歩き出すことなんて考えもしなかったの。おかしいよね。 人を好きになるのに理由なんていりますか？